Welcome to qualifying here in Mexico, where the cars will be going out on track very shortly and battling it out to secure pole for tomorrow's Grand Prix. The competition is certainly heating up as we head into today's qualifying. Some impressive times showing up during the previous practice sessions. Anthony Davidson, do you think we can expect a similar level of skill to be showcased during today's qualifier?
Well, I certainly hope so. The competition here is extremely tight, and I think we might see some very close times today. Remember, practice isn't just about fastest lap times though, it's about optimisation, it's about ratifying your decisions. No one's going to be sweating small mistakes here and there, but in qualifying that all changes. You need to nail that perfect lap or face the consequences, and believe me, that's a lot of pressure.
Further back than we'd like, but don't worry about it. Just means more fun for us tomorrow.
With qualifying finished, it's time to remind ourselves of our top three. Hamilton, Verstappen and Charles Leclerc. Goodbye for now then, but we're really just getting started. Make sure to join us again for Lights Out tomorrow.
Obviously, I expected a better session, but these things happen from time to time. Try to make up for it in the race.
Formula One may have been absent from Mexico for 23 years, but after 2015's triumphant return, it was as if we'd never been away. In Mexico, a Grand Prix is more than just a race. It's a celebration of speed and of bravery. There's nothing quite like the atmosphere in the stadium today. They'll be drowning out the cars with their noise as they make their way through on lap one. At 2,285 metres above sea level, the thin air of the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez poses a unique challenge, not just to a driver's skill, but to the efficiency of their engines as well. 17 corners make up a lap of this 2.6-mile circuit, and you can expect incredible speeds in excess of 220 miles per hour, and overtaking too into the hard braking zones of turns 1 and turn 4. Anthony Davidson, thanks for joining me once again for the Grand Prix. Why don't we kick off by discussing Max Verstappen? Everything's on the line here today and the title hangs in the balance. So how do you think they'll be coping with all that pressure?
I think as long as they keep their mind on the task and not its historical significance, they'll be just fine. This is a race just like any other. You do the best you can and accept that sometimes things are going to happen outside of your control. If they can approach today with that attitude, the pressure shouldn't be a problem.
Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting race. Lewis Hamilton lines up on pole position, edging out Max Verstappen, who'll start from P2. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Leclerc, Perez, Nico Hülkenberg, Mir, Weber, Bottas, Raikkonen and George Russell, Gasly, Vettel, Daniel Ricciardo and Albon, Magnussen, Grosjean, Carlos Sainz and Robert Kubica. Giovinazzi and Lando Norris starts from the back of the grid. And with preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track.
See if you can achieve second or better. Some minor damage. A new strategy is available on the MFT. To slow down before hitting the corners. We don't want to get a penalty. That's a new fastest lap for the race. Understood, stopping this lap. Times are falling off. We want you to pit in for repairs. Box, box, box. Go now. That was our last stop. No more scheduled pit stops. We're starting to catch the car in front, but we need to look after the tyres. We won't be making another pit stop. We're the last of the running cars. Norris just ahead. Push for the position. Okay, gap ahead is 2.4 seconds. They're on fresh softs. Look after these tyres now. We want to finish the race on this compound. 13 laps to go. is 3.2 seconds. Lewis is in for a stop. Okay, clear. Are you all right? Engine off, engine off. Is 6.7 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. green flag. To teammate behind is 7.1 seconds. Information on Vettel, they have some kind of mechanical problem. tyre issue. It looks like they're retiring. It seems they fixed whatever the problem was. They're coming back up to speed. There's 4 laps of fuel remaining. The car behind is dropping back by about 3/10 a lap. Of fuel remaining. This is your final lap of the race. You're dropping a second a lap to the car behind, 1 second. close to our objective, just one place off. If we pick up another place, we'll be right on target. Not good enough at all. Let's push harder next time, okay?
So, another fantastic victory for Red Bull today. Anthony Davidson, what helped them deliver this result, do you think?
Well, I honestly feel it was down to the driver and car today. I mean, we can talk driver skill all day, but if you don't have a solid team to back that, you're never going to get anywhere. When you hit that sweet spot of having both an excellent driver and an incredible car, that's when you see results like those we witnessed today.
Red Bull are our winners today after showcasing some incredible driving. There's been a huge push from them lately to stay competitive with the other teams, and they're certainly proving themselves. And after this round of the World Championship, here's how things look in the drivers' table. Max Verstappen should be pleased with his performance, making gains at the top of the table. Now, let's discuss, Ant. Who would you say is a contender for driver of the day?
Carlos Sainz would be my first choice for this race. He had excellent race stamina, giving him the opportunity to charge through the ranks.
It's time to check out the constructors' standings. Red Bull pull further ahead in the standings. Well, that was certainly an incredible weekend of racing. Be sure to join myself and Ant for more exciting Formula One action soon.
Commiserations on that result. It's been a tough weekend.
It's time for today's qualifying session to begin here in the United States. Welcome to the Circuit of the Americas. So then, Ant, it's another Grand Prix weekend, another exciting qualifying session ahead of us. What are you going to be looking out for over the next few minutes?
The first question's going to be who can avoid making mistakes. There isn't much margin for error in qualifying, and you have to bear in mind that the track conditions may have changed since practice, particularly as we've had a few support races in the meantime. If the brake bias settings, for example, don't take this into account, it's extremely easy to lock up a front wheel and cause a flat spot. Just like that, your lap's ruined and you've wasted a set of tyres to boot.
Excellent lap. We're really pleased.
We're all ready for tomorrow's race, but before we begin, let's have a quick look at those who will be fronting the grid. Mia, Hamilton and Max Verstappen. With qualifying complete, all that remains is the main event. We'll be live and uninterrupted for the Grand Prix tomorrow, so make sure...
Good day today. Let's have your take on it. It's got to be a relief to qualify that far up the grid. Do you have any comments about this team? It's looking like the championship is already won. Do you think there's still time for this to change? Appreciate your time.
Well done. That was a good qualifying performance.
In 2012, America's on-again, off-again love affair with Formula One finally seemed to settle down with the completion of this wonderful racing facility here in Texas. Since then, we've been treated to some incredible races, including, of course, that classic wet-dry championship decider of 2015. We have 10 turns to the left and 10 to the right here at the fantastic Circuit of the Americas. Overtaking opportunities into turn 1 and 12 at this anti-clockwise 3.6 mile track. And we should see average lap speeds of around 126 miles per hour. Anthony Davidson also joins me in the commentary box today. Let's talk about Mia. As ever, the threat of unreliability is never far away, and indeed they'll be starting out of position today due to a power unit component change. So it's going to be a difficult task to move forward from there.
Everyone has to deal with penalties or reliability issues from time to time throughout their career. You just have to suck up the pain and get on with the job at hand. Today isn't about performing a miracle to put the car back where it should be. It's about effective damage limitation.
With the race minutes away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. An immense lap from Lewis Hamilton yesterday puts him on pole position, and Max Verstappen lines up alongside. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Weber, Perez, Lando Norris and Leclerc, Vettel, Hülkenberg, Bottas and Carlos Sainz, Mir, Albon, Daniel Ricciardo and Raikkonen, Russell, Magnussen, Roman Grosjean and Robert Kubica, Giovinazzi and Pierre Gasly picks up the final grid slot today. And now it's time to head down to the track.
It's a steep incline into turn 1 that'll help you scrub speed off. There are multiple lines, so be sure to make use of them. Okay, we have an issue with the control electronics box. That's going to do additional damage to all other power unit components. Race officials have enabled DRS. DRS is now available. Somewhere on the ICE, be aware that we will start to see a loss of power. Strategy is available on the MFD. Understood, copy that. The gap to the car ahead is 2.2 seconds. Take it easy on the car. We can't sustain this level of damage. Approaching the pit window, you'll be on the mediums. Okay, you're in the top 10. In this lap, push now. This lap, please. Strategy complete. See these tyres through to the end now. misses in the pits. Car ahead is coming to fit the mediums. Car ahead, now running medium tyres. There's 4 laps of fuel remaining. Laps of fuel remaining. Is in for a stop. This is your final lap of the race. this ahead. Our gap to the car in front is 8.6 seconds. That behind, our gap behind is 3.1 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. This is your final lap of the race. I can't say that I'm happy with how today went, but I'm sure you gave it your best. Better luck next time.
And so the celebrations begin, and well earned they are indeed. It may have looked simple at times, but as any racing driver will tell you, competing at this level, at the very top, is anything but simple. There's no catching them now then. We have a new World Drivers' Champion. Brilliant stuff from Red Bull today. What a superb victory. Anthony Davidson, how do you think they were able to set themselves apart today?
Well, I know it's a bit of a boring answer, but the truth is they simply had the best speed package on the day, and a driver who knows how to take advantage of that. It doesn't matter how much time you spend poring over the stats and planning strategies if you can't keep the pace, and our winner today showed they could do both.
And now let's take a look at the driver's standings. We also crown a new champion today, as their lead at the top is now an insurmountable one. What a great year it's been for Formula One. So, Anthony Davidson, who would you rank as your driver of the day?
My driver of the day has to be, no question, Antonio Giovinazzi. Such an assured drive from one of the sport's newer stars, and a performance he can be very, very proud of.
Let's move on to the constructors. Red Bull pull further ahead in the standings. Meanwhile, Toro Rosso's strong weekend allows them to continue their march up the table. And with that, we wrap up another weekend of motorsport. But with more races lined up, be sure to join us when we come back with more Formula One.
Amazing performance out there. I'm sure you're pretty happy with that. You were cutting your way through the field during the... Do you have any comments about the collisions? You must feel terrible to have had that podium finish taken off you. You had a bit of contact today. Who was at fault there? Great. Well, that's everything.
Well, let's hope for a better race next time out, eh?
I recommend we could go for something like this.
Welcome along then to Interlagos as we await the green light to get today's qualifying session underway. When it comes to getting lap time out of this circuit, it's traditionally been about maximising top speed. Do you simply remove as much downforce as possible, hang on in the corners and max out down the straights?
Top speed is a key factor for this circuit. Even if you can achieve the same lap time as someone running less wing than you, chances are you'll find overtaking difficult if you have too much drag.
Sorry about that. Just wasn't our day.
And with qualifying complete, let's review our top three today. Leclerc, Verstappen and Sergio Perez. Well, that wraps up qualifying.
Tough luck there. It's not quite where we'd want to be on the grid, but chin up, it's not the end of the world.
Where there's a will, well, there's a way. And nowhere has that fact been better demonstrated over the years than here at Interlagos. Remember Senna winning while fighting a gearbox that was jammed in 6th? 5 Drivers' Championship deciders in a row between 2005 and 2009. And of course, the passionate Brazilian fans packing the grandstands to capacity every year. And they're not about to stop now. We're racing today then at Interlagos, a historic 2.7-mile circuit and one of the few anti-clockwise tracks on the calendar. 15 corners in total, 9 to the left and 6 to the right, with a technical middle section opening up to a flat-out Sector 3. That gives us our best passing opportunity down into Turn 1. And it's an absolute pleasure to be joined once again by Anthony Davidson. Now, can I get your take on Max Verstappen? They've had a fantastic campaign. It's been a wonderful year, and they come into this weekend's Grand Prix as a fully deserving champion.
It really is well deserved. I wouldn't say it's been a faultless title challenge, but certainly one that has been consistent and well managed. Here's hoping they let off a bit of steam today and give us an exciting race.
Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks for today's race. A fantastic effort from Charles Leclerc yesterday puts him on pole, edging out Max Verstappen, who'll start from P2. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Perez, Weber, Nico Hülkenberg, and Vettel, Albon, Gasly, Bottas, and Carlos Sainz. Magnussen, Raikkonen, Lando Norris, and Giovinazzi. Mir, they've taken a grid penalty. Ricciardo, Lewis Hamilton, and Robert Kubica. Grosjean and George Russell ends our grid lineup. And with lights out just moments away, it's time to go down to the track.
We're going to need you to push hard if you want to get another points finish. Let's make it happen. That's a strong start. Well done. Nice move. Good job. Reached a worrying level of wear on the internal combustion engine. Let's try and keep the revs down. Early upshifts, later downshifts. Green flag. Okay, entering lap 3 now. DRS has been enabled. race so far. Issue with the control electronics box. That's going to do additional damage to all other power unit components. Caution, caution. Be aware, there's an incident in the next part of the track. No overtaking through the yellow flags. A new strategy is available on the MFD. Copy that. Is 1.9 seconds. Great pass. Okay, this is Jeff. I need you to stop cutting the corners. If you keep it up, the stewards will award you a penalty. Are you okay? That was a big one. Confirm you're okay, please. by 11.5 seconds. Okay, take it easy on the car. We can't sustain this level of damage. Box, we're adjusting the strategy. Come in this lap. Confirmed, we'll receive you at the end of this lap. Times are falling off. We want you to pit in for repairs. Box. Go now. That was our last stop. No more scheduled pit stops. There's a fair amount of wear to the engine now. Just be aware, we're keeping an eye on it. Nice work, that brings you up a place. Green flag. We're racing again. Lewis is in the pits. Is 3.4 seconds. Has boxed for the mediums. Car behind on the medium tyre. Fuel target is +1. Faster engine modes are available. 5 laps of fuel remaining. You're catching the car ahead, but remember we need to get to the end of the race on these tyres. Gap to teammate behind is 6.7 seconds. The gap to the car ahead is 1.7 seconds. The time last lap was a 1:17.8. We're leading our teammate by 6.1 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. They're in 10th. The time last lap was a 1:17.5. There's 3 laps of fuel remaining. They're speeding up again, so I expect they've fixed whatever the problem was. Teammate behind is 6.9 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. They're in 8th. The time last lap was a 1:18.1. This is your final lap of the race. At the moment, the car behind us is lapping faster than us by around 1 second per lap. first place. Better than that at the next race. Not our best day by any means.
Victory for the team from Milton Keynes then, after a quality performance. Tell me, Ant, how did they manage to achieve this win?
Well, they certainly stood out as a driver with tons of confidence on the track. I think their ability to keep their cool, even during some of the more hectic parts of the race, meant they were able to capitalise on the mistakes of other drivers, giving them the opportunity to make their way to the top spot with ease.
Here come today's winners. The team at Red Bull have done a phenomenal job recently. It's clear to see that they've put in the work, and they should be proud of the victory they secured here. After an incredible day of racing, who was your driver of the day, Ant?
There's a few contenders, but George Russell definitely stood out, I think. A really solid drive from him today, and one I'm sure the fans enjoyed.
It's time to see how things are shaping up in the Constructors' Championship. And it's another title in the bag for Red Bull. After a long and hard-fought season, they've built an astonishing car this year, and the glory they'll be taking back to Milton Keynes is fully deserved. Another team that will be satisfied with this Grand Prix is Alfa Romeo, whose good result moves them further up the championship. I'm equal parts exhausted and elated with this weekend of Formula One. Be sure to join us for the next one.
Amazing performance out there. I'm sure you're pretty happy with that. You really cut your way through the field today. You left some bodywork out there on the track. You had a few bumps and scrapes today. Appreciate your time.
Looks like one of your rivals is also going to an upcoming historical event. If you choose to take him on, it might help get your name out there a bit. Great work rising to a tough challenge from your rival. You've come out on top for the time being, and there's a real positive buzz coming out of that. Let's see more of this.
Welcome to the Yas Island circuit for the finale of another thrilling Formula One season. It's been a breathtaking year, and we end it at a track that's been the scene of many glories and heartbreaks over its short history. It's time to end the season in style. It's time for the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. The drivers will be racing here at the Yas Island circuit through 21 corners and a lap distance of around 3.4 miles. There are a few opportunities to pass, with long straights and DRS zones in 2 places, turns 8 and 11. Plenty of close racing then, plenty of speed, and plenty of drama to be found in the laps ahead. Alongside me once again for coverage of today's race, it's none other than the great Anthony Davidson. Let's talk about Mir. The last few races have been a bit rough for them, unable to get a clean run. That's got to have some effect on their confidence, surely.
It's not an ideal situation by any means. When you get into a bad run like that, there's always a risk of frustration creeping in, which can cause more mistakes and locks you into this vicious cycle. Hopefully today they can get through turn 1 cleanly and stay calm for the rest of the race.
Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Lewis Hamilton lines up on pole position, and starting alongside is Lucas Faber. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Verstappen, Hülkenberg, Sergio Perez and Bottas, Magnussen, Gasly, Albon and Daniel Ricciardo, Sainz, Norris, Antonio Giovinazzi and Russell, Grosjean, Vettel, Charles Leclerc and Robert Kubica, Raikkonen and Mir. Now it's almost time to lights out, so let's go down to the track.
This is the final race of the season. Go out there and enjoy it. Let's focus now for the rest of the race. Nice move. Is now enabled and will be available to use when you are within 1 second of the car ahead in the DRS zone. They're retiring from the race. The gap is 5.4 seconds. They're on fresh softs. We think they've got one more stop. The time last lap was a 1 minute 48.6. We're approaching the pit window. You'll be on the mediums. A new strategy is available on the MFD. Copy. Careful with the front wing, you've taken some minor damage. Then come into the pits at the end of this lap. Check your MFD for a new strategy option. Confirmed. Look after these tyres now. We want to finish the race on this compound. We're at +1 lap of extra fuel. Fuel target +1. Is 4.1 seconds. pace is strong, but be aware your tyres need to go the distance. To cut corners, the stewards will give you a penalty. Lewis is in for a stop. Okay, you're in the top 10. Are you alright? Let me know you're alright. What happened? Let me know you're okay. Right, come in at the end of this lap. Okay, we can take you this lap. Go, go. You'll be racing on the exit. Complete. Go now. Fuel is looking really good. You're managing it well. We have 5 laps of fuel remaining. Good job, nice overtake. slow down before hitting the corners. We don't want to get a penalty. We've been awarded a time penalty. We'll go against our finishing time at the end of the race. There's 3 laps of fuel remaining. Engine off, engine off. We've only got 2 laps of fuel left. result, but I know you gave it everything. We'll come back stronger next time.
So, another excellent win from Ferrari. What do you think it was, Ant, that gave them the edge over the competition today?
I think that smart tyre management on track and very smooth driving definitely assisted in their victory today. That combination meant they got the absolute maximum out of their tyres at all times.
Ferrari are at it again, an excellent performance at today's Grand Prix, and they're certainly a team that know what they're doing out there. Despite the best efforts of our championship leader, that lead has taken a bit of a knock today. Some amazing talent out on the track today. But Anthony, who would you pick as your driver of the day?
But there's no question in my mind, it has to go to George Russell. What a performance. He's got every right to be proud of what he accomplished out there today.
Nothing can challenge the leaders of the Constructors' Championship at this point. But, and it's another title in the bag for Red Bull. After a long and hard-fought season, they've built an astonishing car this year, and the glory they'll be taking back to Milton Keynes is fully deserved. Meanwhile, Toro Rosso's strong weekend allows them to continue their march up the table. Well, Ant, an end to another fantastic weekend of racing. Thanks to everyone who joined us, and we'll see you for the next one.
Good day today. Let's have your take on it. Did you struggle to get through all that traffic today? There was some contact between you two. What happened out there? You left a lot of paint on the walls today. Were you struggling for grip, or did you just miss? There was quite a lot of contact today, wasn't there? Appreciate your time.
I think seeing as it's the end of the season, now is a good time to talk about your less than ideal record this year. My job is to negotiate on your behalf, but you're not giving me much to work with here. Plus, this isn't exactly doing my career any good, so I need you to shape up, for both our sakes. We're asking for too much here. We need to make some compromises. They aren't coming round to that proposal. Let's try something else. Okay, that proposal looks good. It seems all parties are happy with the deal, so it'll commence at the next race weekend.
If it were me, this is probably what I'd invest in.
Welcome back. I hope you kept yourself fighting fit. We've got another tough season ahead of us.
We're just about ready to kick off today's qualifying here in Melbourne. It's the Australian Grand Prix. Looking at this field today, Anthony, do you think we're going to see anyone take a chance? Maybe run the hard tyres and save some of the grippier tyres for the race tomorrow?
Well, I'd be surprised in all honesty. It's only the front runners that really have the pace to get away with that. And even then, at the end of the day, it's a big risk. Track position is the most important thing, and it's rarely worth sacrificing for a slightly more optimal strategy in the race, so I doubt we're going to see anyone trying it. I have been wrong before though. We certainly do see some risky decisions every now and then, and it's a gamble that's sometimes worth taking. But if it were me in the car, I would want to be on the fastest tyre for my qualifying lap, without a doubt.
mate. Really well done. That was a fantastic drive.
With qualifying finished, it's time to remind ourselves of our top three: Mia, Hamilton and Max Verstappen. With qualifying wrapped up, we now have our grid lineup for the big race.
Well done. Very solid result. You're looking good for the race.
They say that even a second is an eternity in Formula One, so going 4 winter months with no racing at all has seemed a very long time indeed. We're back though in Melbourne, home of the Australian Grand Prix since 1996. We go racing today then in the state of Victoria, where the drivers have 16 corners and 3.3 miles to navigate at an average lap speed of around 120 miles an hour. The close proximity of the barriers makes accidents inevitable, and recent history shows us that a safety car is not at all out of the question. I'm joined today in the commentary box, as I will be throughout this season, by a great racing driver, former F1 competitor, former world champion, and as he tells me all too often, an all-round top chap. It's the one and only Anthony Davidson. And tell me, here we are, first Grand Prix of the season, first time racing these cars. What are the big questions that need to be answered here, in your view?
Oh, thanks, Crofty. It's a real privilege to be here, and I can't wait to see what's in store for us this season. Now, to answer your question, one of the biggest things is reliability. Formula One cars are full of very sophisticated but also very sensitive technology, and this first Grand Prix of the season is going to push them to the limits. So the most important thing today is to stay out of trouble, get to the end of the race and keep everything in good condition.
It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. Mia lines up on pole position and Lewis Hamilton completes the front row. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Verstappen, Bottas, Charles Leclerc and Perez, Weber, Gasly, Albon and Carlos Sainz, Vettel, Magnussen, Lando Norris and Russell, Hülkenberg, Raikkonen, Daniel Ricciardo and Antonio Giovinazzi. Kubica and Romain Grosjean sits at the back of the grid. And with preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track.
We're going to need you to push hard if we're going to get a good result today. Let's make it happen. That was a big one. Confirm you're okay, please. Understood, stopping this lap. New strategy is available on the MFD. Got that confirmed? Release. Pit strategy complete. See these tyres through to the end now. Made it look easy. Race officials have enabled DRS. DRS is now available. That's a new fastest lap for the race. Fantastic. 2 cars at once. Very well done. Okay, gap ahead is 2.7 seconds. Lewis is in the pits. Fuel target is +1. Faster engine modes are available. Everything's looking nice and tidy on our end. Let us know if you start to feel any issues. There's 5 laps of fuel remaining. laps of fuel remaining. Laps of fuel remaining. This is your final lap of the race. Great drive. We did it. Good job.
Great effort there from Ferrari to take the victory today. Anthony Davidson, how do you think they were able to set themselves apart today?
I'd say it was down once again to good, consistent driving, nailing the corners, working to the track conditions and perfecting the team's strategies. They got all of these things right today and the results speak for themselves.
And here we are, a team that is no stranger to the podium, taking their place on top once again. A sublime race today and a stunning win for Ferrari. So then, it's time to see how this result affects the Drivers' Championship. Mia takes over the lead of the Drivers' Championship. Let's focus on the driver of the day. Anthony Davidson, who do you pick?
Well, I certainly didn't have any complaints with Kevin Magnussen's performance today. Incredible driving.
It's time to check out the constructors' standings. Ferrari take the lead at the top of the table. Well, Ant, an end to another fantastic weekend of racing. Thanks to everyone who joined us, and we'll see you for the next one.
Good day today. Let's have your take on it. It was more like dodgems than Formula 1 today, wasn't it? You took the top points today. Was it a comfortable win? Is not being able to finish a race like Lucas did today a hard thing for a driver to deal with? How do you think Lucas will find his new team? Great. Well, that's everything.
Looks like one of your rivals has also been invited to a historical event. This could be a good opportunity to play up your rivalry for the press and expand your reputation.
Now, while today's classic exhibition event has no direct impact upon the Formula One World Championship, you better believe that with their reputations on the line, the drivers down there are still hungry to show that they've got what it takes to get a win.
Congratulations on your success in the invitational events. It might not help you in the championship standings, but it definitely helps to build your reputation.
What do you think of this one?
Bahrain qualifying is nearly upon us and the drivers look as if they're all geared up to go. I expect we'll be getting underway very shortly. Now then, Anthony Davidson, you're not getting any younger, but you have been involved in your fair share of qualifying sessions in an illustrious 30-year career. How do you deal with the pressure when you have that one chance to deliver a perfect lap?
It's not so much about dealing with the pressure, it's more about how you approach the risk and just how much of it are you willing to take. You're constantly balancing the car on the edge of grip from braking, cornering and traction. And over the course of a lap, it's easy to get that balance wrong. And that's why achieving the perfect lap is almost impossible. As you say, I've been doing this 30 years now, and it never gets any easier.
Okay, that's pretty disappointing, but we can turn it around tomorrow.
We're all ready for tomorrow's race, but before we begin, let's have a quick look at those who will be fronting the grid. Hamilton, Mir and Sergio Perez. Goodbye.
Bad luck in qualifying. That's not exactly ideal. But there's no points for Saturday. Keep a cool head and make up for it in the race.
The curtain rises once more then on the desert stage of Sakir as the players take their places for the opening act. Will they enthrall us like they did in 2014 with that titanic battle between Nico Rosberg and Lewis Hamilton? Well, we'll find out shortly as we get underway here in Bahrain. Formula One returns to the desert today on this exceptional 3.36-mile circuit. 15 corners provide plenty of overtaking opportunities. It could be a strategic race, this one, with Sakir notorious for eating up the rear tyres. Watch out for drivers managing their rubber at some point during the Grand Prix. Anthony Davidson, a very warm welcome to you as you join me in the commentary box for today's event. Let's talk about Mir. That was a great win in the last race. Can they keep that momentum going this weekend?
It's always nice to come into a Grand Prix weekend on a high, but your expectations are based much more on your practice and qualifying runs. So it's the momentum from those sessions that they'll be hoping to carry into the race today.
It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. An immense lap from Lewis Hamilton yesterday puts him on pole position, and Mir completes the front row. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Perez, Weber, Max Verstappen and Hülkenberg, Bottas, Gasly, Norris and George Russell, Raikkonen, Magnussen, Alexander Albon and Ricciardo, Leclerc, Vettel, Carlos Sainz and Robert Kubica, Giovinazzi and Romain Grosjean sits at the back of the grid. And now it's time to head down to the track.
Now that we've got some points on the board, let's continue this form and aim for another top 10 finish. Some information on Weber, they are out of the race. Okay, box, 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 we're adjusting the strategy. Come in this lap. Confirmed, we'll receive you at the end of this lap. This lap then, come into the pits at the end of this lap. Please stay clear of the white line on the exit. We'll receive a penalty for dangerous driving if you cross over into the track. Entering lap 3 now, DRS has been enabled. The car behind you has just fitted the hard tyres. Car behind, running hards. The difference is 34.9 seconds. They're on fresh softs. We think they've got one more stop. The time last lap was a 1:38.8. To car in front is 22.4 seconds. Okay, some information on Bottas. They seem to have an issue. job. That was the fastest lap of the race so far. Difference is 24.9 seconds. We think they've got one more stop. The time last lap was a 1 minute 39.3. We're trailing our teammate by 43.3 seconds. They're on old softs. They're in first. The time last lap was a 1:37.5. The gap to the car ahead is 10.0 seconds. Is in for a stop. Our gap to the car in front is 6.5 seconds. Yellow flag. Someone's come off ahead of you, there's a yellow flag ahead. Car ahead is coming to fit the mediums. Car ahead, now running medium tyres. Green flag. Is out in front. We have 5 laps of fuel remaining. 3 laps of fuel remaining. Charles in P10 at the moment. The gap is 11.1 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. The time last lap was a 1 minute 39.1. This is your final lap of the race. Plus 1 lap of extra fuel. Fuel target plus 1. That's the end of the race. We'll see you in Parc Fermé.
Ferrari have really pulled it out of the bag today. It's a great win. Talk to me, Ants. What was it that set them apart from the competition today?
Well, this was a real team victory. They put together a solid strategy today that appeared well suited to the conditions out on track. The driver did everything that was expected of them in the moment to really execute the team's plan to perfection, a shining example of how F1 really is a team sport.
Here come our winners now. A thrilling race and a tremendous effort by Ferrari. Their history is well known, so it's no surprise to fans the world over to see them come out on top once again. Let's see what effect this result has had on the drivers' standings. Lewis Hamilton takes over the lead of the Drivers' Championship after an excellent result. Now, let's discuss, Ants. Who would you say is a contender for Driver of the Day?
Carlos Sainz certainly wasn't someone to scoff about. His ability to follow race strategies throughout with pinpoint precision has to be commended.
Let's move on to the constructors. Ferrari continued to extend the gap at the top of the table. There was also a strong showing from the McLaren team today as they make their way up the standings. It's been an absolutely wild weekend of Formula One action. I can't wait to see what's next.
Bad luck out there today. Let's talk about it. Not a good race for Lucas. How do you think... Do you think you were lucky not to end your race with that crash? Appreciate your time.
I recommend we could go for something like this.
Welcome to Shanghai, China, for what I've no doubt is going to be a fantastic F1 qualifying session. When it comes to getting lap time out of this circuit, it's traditionally been about maximising top speed. Do you simply remove as much downforce as possible, hang on in the corners and max out down the straights?
The teams will have arrived with all manner of parts designed to capitalise on the long straights. The cars will be that much harder to drive in the corners, but everyone will be in the same boat.
Fantastic. You've got pole.
And with qualifying complete, let's review our top three today. Mir, Perez and Lewis Hamilton. With qualifying complete, all that remains is the main event. We'll be live and
Well done. That was a good qualifying performance.
it's time to find out which driver is up to the task of claiming the Chinese Grand Prix. We're here in Shanghai. We start a lap here at Shanghai with the long, difficult right-handers of turns 1 and 2, the first of 16 corners that make up this 3.3-mile circuit. The incredibly long back straight provides the best passing opportunity of the lap, with speeds in excess of 200 miles per hour before the braking zone of turn 14. Joining me once again to take you through this race is the effervescent Anthony Davidson, and I'm very much looking forward to it getting underway. You raced here, of course, didn't you, back in your Super Aguri days in that infamous Chinese Grand Prix of 2007?
Yeah, that's right. I didn't last that long, though, unfortunately. Qualifying had gone pretty well, but my brakes failed quite early in the race, around lap 10 or 11, something like that. And And of course, back in 2004, I was the very first Formula 1 driver to complete a lap of this circuit. Just thought I'd mention that for you, Crofty. You like a good stat? It's a fairly tough circuit on the brakes here, though. You know, there's that long back straight down into turn 14, and then you've got turns 6 and 11. They're quite heavy as well. On top of that, managing your front tyre wear is always a challenge around here, so there's a lot to keep in mind during the Grand Prix.
Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting race. Mir lines up on pole position, edging out Sergio Perez, who lines up P2. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Hamilton, Weber, Max Verstappen and Russell, Hülkenberg, Albon, Vettel and Carlos Sainz, Magnussen, Gasly, Lando Norris and Ricciardo, Bottas, Leclerc, Roman Grosjean and Kimi Raikkonen. Kubica and Antonio Giovinazzi starts from the back of the grid. And with lights out just moments away, it's time to go down to the track.
Okay, remember to protect the inside on the run down to turn 1. Make yourself as wide as possible, robust but fair. Some information on Raikkonen. It looks like the problem is terminal. They're retiring the car. Okay, box, box, box. We're adjusting the strategy. Come in this lap. Right, come in at the end of this lap. Go. Go now. Up to speed now. Let's get some heat into those tyres. DRS is now enabled and will be available to use when you are within 1 second of the car ahead in the DRS zone. Increasing our gap on the car behind by around a second a lap. That was the fastest lap of the race. Keep this up. That's a new fastest lap for the race. It seems they've fixed whatever the problem was and coming back up to speed. Charles is in P8. The gap is 10.5 seconds. They're on old softs. We think they've got one more stop. The time last lap was a 1:42.4. Is in the pits. Gap ahead is 2.9 seconds. Excess fuel. We'll be back on target soon. Don't wait too long to turn the engine down. outside has boxed for the mediums. Car behind on the medium tyre. You made it look easy. Has just made a move for first place. Charles is in P8. The difference is 7.0 seconds. They're on fresh hards. The time last lap was a 1 minute 44.4. There's 5 laps of fuel remaining. laps of fuel remaining. Front is 2.6 seconds. There's 3 laps of fuel remaining. The gap to the car ahead is 3.1 seconds. lap, final lap of the race. Fuel is looking really good. You're managing it well. Is 16.1 seconds. They're on fresh hards. The time last lap was a 1:55.1. Alright, race over. Take care of the car on the way in.
So as they climb out of the car, the Red Bull team are ready and waiting to celebrate a thoroughly well-deserved win. Anthony Davidson, what helped them deliver this result, do you think?
Well, I think it was clear what the main contributing factor out on the track was today: speed. I know it sounds like an obvious thing to say, Crofty, but fast cars win races, and we saw that today with our winner.
The drivers are en route to the podium as we speak. What a fantastic win for the Red Bull team. They performed exceptionally today, keeping us firmly on the edge of our seats throughout the entirety of the race. Congratulations to everyone at the team. Let's have a look then at the drivers' standings. Our championship leader is still sat at the top of the standings, but their rivals have made up some solid ground today. So, Anthony Davidson, who would you rank as your driver of the day?
Definitely Antonio Giovinazzi, isn't it? No matter what the rest of the field threw at him, he didn't put a foot wrong. Superb drive from him.
It's time to see how things are shaping up in the Constructors' Championship. Ferrari continue to extend the gap at the top of the table. Meanwhile, Renault move up the table with another strong performance this weekend. After an event like that, who knows what the sport has in store for us next time? Be sure to join us again as we continue to bring you the latest excitement in Formula One.
If it were me, this is probably what I'd invest in.
Welcome to qualifying in the Republic of Azerbaijan. The teams are making their last-minute adjustments before the lights go green and the fight for pole position can get underway. And as we wait, poised for the start of what will hopefully be a thrilling qualifying, why don't you tell us, Anthony Davidson, about the things you can do to really get the most out of a car in a session like this?
Well, you're largely limited by the Parc Fermé regulations, of course. Back in the old days, pre-2004, you'd work on both a qualifying setup and a race setup over practice, and then swap them over after qualifying. So the race car was quite different at times to the qualifying car. Nowadays, though, you have to find a compromise that works for both. There are a few things that you can still adjust during the session, such as the differential, the brake bias, and the front wing angle, but that's about it. So it's more about optimising what you do have and adapting your own style to suit the track conditions.
Excellent lap. We're really pleased.
With qualifying finished, it's time to remind ourselves of our top three: Mir, Weber and Max Verstappen. Well, that wraps up qualifying, but don't worry, we'll be back tomorrow as we head into the Grand Prix.
Amazing performance out there. I'm sure you're pretty happy with that. Lucas was on fire in qualifying today. It must be a great feeling to be on the front of the grid with Lucas alongside. Appreciate your time.
Right, I think we can call that a successful qualifying. We should be in with a good chance in the race.
And a warm welcome to you from Azadlik Square, heart of Baku and home, of course, to the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. With high speeds, tight corners and few run-off zones, many are expecting a safety car here today, so our drivers will have to stay very much on their toes and hopefully away from the barriers. Baku City Circuit then, an unpredictable 3.7-mile track around the streets of the Azerbaijan capital. 20 turns for our drivers to navigate today, including the infamous Turn 8, one of the tightest and most challenging corners of the season. Anthony Davidson joins me today as we look ahead to something just a little bit different. It's quite high speed for a street circuit here, isn't it? Do you think that's going to throw up any unexpected situations?
Well, as long as the teams can keep everything cool, I don't foresee any particular big issues from a technical side of things. I do expect the track to be quite slippery though. We've not exactly had much chance to rubber in the surface. Any street circuit also comes with its own challenges, so I think we'll be seeing a few mistakes here and there. The smart strategy would be to expect a safety car, I think, especially early on when the pack is bunched up.
With the race minutes away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. Mia lines up on pole position, with Lucas Weber alongside. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Verstappen, Hamilton, Sergio Perez and Leclerc, Bottas, Magnussen, Vettel and Alexander Albon, Gasly, Hülkenberg, Kimi Raikkonen and Kubica, Sainz, Grosjean, Daniel Ricciardo and Lando Norris. Giovinazzi and George Russell ends our grid lineup. Now it's almost time to lights out, so let's go down to the track.
You've done well to put it on pole, but we've still got work to do. Trying to cover the inside line off the start. Are you alright? Let me know you're alright. Some information on Weber. They've got a serious car issue. It looks like they're retiring. Check your MFD for a new strategy option. This has stopped the car. His race is over. Go, go, go. Up to speed now. Let's get some heat into those tyres. Race officials have enabled DRS. DRS is now available. Okay, you're creating some breathing space between you and the car behind by a few seconds per lap. front is 6.7 seconds. Okay, box. Gap ahead is 2.3 seconds.
Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks for today's race. Mia lines up on pole position, and starting alongside,
Okay, the run into turn 1 isn't too long, so the pack will be bunched up. Take care.
Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Mia.
You should have... What happened? Let me know you're okay. Okay, remember to protect the inside on the run down to... You've got front wing damage. Recommend you box for a new one. Okay, we can take you this lap. Okay, box, box, box. We're adjusting the strategy. Come in this lap. Are you alright? Engine off, engine off. Last stop, no more scheduled pit stops. Nice overtake. Okay, entering lap 3 now. DRS has been enabled. Yellow flag. Has dropped out of the race. You need to give that position back. That was an illegal overtake. Green flag. Magnussen's in first place. Roberts P7 at the moment. The gap is 6.4 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. We think they've got one more stop. The time last lap was a 1 minute 52.2. Some information on Verstappen. They have some kind of mechanical problem. Yes, great job, great job. Excellent work. First place now, P1. they're retiring from the race. We have 5 laps of fuel remaining. They're speeding up again, so I expect they fixed whatever the problem was. Robert sat in P8. The gap is 17.7 seconds. They're on fresh softs. The time last lap was a 2:4.0. Great work. That's a new fastest lap for the race. They're in 19th. The time last lap was a 1:49.9. There's 4 laps of fuel remaining. This is your final lap of the race. We have 2 laps of fuel remaining. You worked hard for that one. Congratulations.
Here's our winner, pulling their Ferrari into Parc Fermé. What a fantastic race it was. Tell me, Ant, how did they manage to achieve this win?
I feel like consistency was probably the key today. There's being quick, and then there's being quick lap after lap after lap. If you can do that, you can capitalise on other people's errors without making many of your own. And that's an approach that can push you a long way up the field.
Looking at the podium, you can see that red suit familiar to fans across the globe. A world-class win for a world-class team. Ferrari do it again. So let's review the updated drivers' standings. Mia takes over the lead of the Drivers' Championship. After an incredible day of racing, who was your driver of the day, Ant?
My driver of the day has to be, no question, Antonio Giovinazzi. Such an assured drive from one of the sport's newer stars, and a performance he can be very, very proud of.
It's time to check out the constructors' standings. No change in the top spot, but with today's points, their hold on the lead is getting weaker. Meanwhile, good work from Racing Point this weekend, who pushed themselves further up the order. Well, that was certainly an incredible weekend of racing. Be sure to join myself and Ant for more exciting Formula One action soon.
Good day today. Let's have your take on it. Things are looking up after last week, aren't they? You're leading the championship. Are you happy to be there or feeling the pressure? It wasn't the cleanest race today, was it? Your former teammate had a rough time out there and wasn't able to finish. That's got to be frustrating for him. Appreciate your time.
Good thinking. Maybe there are better options elsewhere. Our proposal has been accepted, so start saying your goodbyes. You'll be moving to the new team for the next race weekend. Great work rising to a tough challenge from your rival. You've come out on top for the time being, and there's a real positive buzz coming out of that. Let's see more of this. Welcome to your new team. McLaren are one of the most successful teams in the sport, and they've reinvented themselves over the past few years. They demand excellence from all areas of their organization, and they'll expect you to integrate yourself and get up to speed from the first race.